Good morning. Time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. At this time, I will ask all unauthorized personnel to exit the chamber. Recognize Senator from the 6th.
Good morning, Mr. President. We got a full calendar today, and we've got a full list of pages to join from all over this state. Out of Brookhaven, we have Helena Estelle. From Albany, Jasper Boyd. From Kennesaw, Christine Braun. From Augusta, Consuelo Chavarria. From Columbus, Lucille Chowdhury. From Albany, Lauren Edwards. From Kennesaw, Layla Frierson. From Albany, Jaden Haywood and Jordan Haywood. And Juan Hutchins. And Ivan Kelly. And Naila Kennedy. All are from Albany. From McKaysville, Jasper Mueller. From Kennesaw, Nate Meeks. From Mableton, Olivia Mize. From Alpharetta, Neha Ramesh. From Swanee, Arshia Razai Maghadam. From Sewanee, Aryan Saxana. From Albany, Melvin Self. From Leesburg, Samaya Slaughter. From Albany, Jasmine Thomas. From Alpharetta, Enrique Ward Pinzone. From Albany, Linda Caitlin Merrill. And from Albany, Anaya Brown. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate y'all traveling here. Some of which left Albany today at 5 a.m. to be here with us. So we appreciate y'all's service to this great state. Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
All right, thank you, Senator from the 6th, and we do appreciate all those young folks coming from as far away as Albany, Georgia, to be with us this morning. So we appreciate that very much. Is there objection to dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair hears none, and the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Are there any motions to reconsider? Recognize Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate reconsider its action in failing to pass HB 360.
Okay. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 360 by Representative Estration, 104th and others, a bill to be intended an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to income tax imposition rate computation, exemptions, and credits so as to revise a tax credit for the rehabilitation of historic structures, to authorize the credit to be claimed in a taxable year, the year a certificate of occupancy is obtained for certain pre-approved rehabilitations, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator, would you like to speak to your motion? Senator from the 45th, you going to speak to the motion? Okay. You got 3 minutes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If y'all remember, I'm sure colleagues, you remember HB 360 from last week has to do with our rehabilitation historical tax credits across the state, but this was focused on just a certain area in Atlanta promoting their tax credit, moving it forward for the World Cup that's coming in 2026. This is just a reconsideration vote. It will not hit the floor today for a vote. It will go back to rules. I'm asking members if you would stick with me on this to keep it moving forward. Members, I'm asking if you would stick with me to keep this moving forward. There is an amendment that's been offered that we're working on, and I will commit to you before we send it back to the floor, we will have some changes to that bill. But thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the well.
Does any senator wish to speak against the reconsideration? All right. Senator from the 53rd, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill can't be fixed. It's a bad bill. Doesn't need to be reconsidered. Throw it in the trash can.
All right. We have a motion from the senator from the 41st on reconsideration on House Bill 360, HB 360. All those in favor of reconsideration will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 55th, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, is it not true that I am voting for reconsideration, but if we don't work something out, that I will be voting no for this bill? And for the first time, the three persons on the back row voted the same way. This whole session, that's never happened before, and it will happen again when this bill comes up unless we work something out. Thank you.
All right, Senator, it looks like you will have that opportunity. On the motion of reconsideration, the ayes are 51, the nays are 4, and this motion does prevail, and HB 360 will be put at the bottom of the rules calendar. Back to the rules, excuse me, for reconsideration. All right, back to the journal. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none. The journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to bring to the secretary's desk. First reading references the Senate bills and resolutions. Mr. Secretary.
Senate Resolution 493 by Senator Mallett II and others, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to authorize the General Assembly to provide by law for the creation of
Children and Family.
Senate Resolution 494 by Senator Gooch, the 51st, and others, a resolution recognizing and commending
Rules.
Daniel. Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading references of House bills.
House Bill 709 by Representative Anderson, the 10th, and others, a bill between town and act to authorize the city
State and local government.
of. House Bill 799 by Representative Deloach, the 167th.
State and local government.
House Bill 801 by Representative Deloach, the 167th.
State and local government.
House Bill 802 by Representative Kelly, the 16th.
State and local government.
House Bill 803 by Representative Hatchett, the 155th. The bill's being titled next.
State and local government.
House Bill 805 by Representative Hatchett, the
State and local
155th.
government.
House Bill 806 by Representative Rhodes, the
State and local
124th.
government.
House Bill 807 by Representative Thomas, the 21st, and others. Bill.
State and local government.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
All right, the Senate's going to have to stand at ease so our secretary's office can catch up with a lot of these bills that have been recommitted and everything. So just stand at ease so we can get caught up with the day's work. My rules chairman put us in a bind here. Secretary read reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Assignments has had under consideration the following appointment to the Judicial Legal Defense Fund Commission. Honorable Chris Hughes, appointed by the President of the Superior Council of Superior Court Judges, and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that the appointments be confirmed as submitted. Respectfully submitted, Honorable Burt Jones, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation. I direct me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: Senate Resolution 431 do pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 467 do pass. Senate Resolution 489 do pass. House Bill 14 do pass by substitute. House Bill 105 do pass by substitute. House Bill 117 do pass by substitute. House Bill 129 do pass by substitute. House Bill 171 do pass by substitute. House Bill 197 do pass by substitute. House Bill 225 do pass by substitute. House Bill 233 do pass by substitute. House Bill 254 do pass by substitute. House Bill 377 do pass by substitute. House Bill 445 do pass by substitute. House Bill 454 do pass. House Bill 483 do pass by substitute. House Bill 651 do pass by substitute. House Bill 652 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, the 6th District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice. I will introduce a minority report to read along with the majority report of House Bill 43, which is passed by the Committee on Rules on March 31st, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Jones. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations has had under consideration the following legislation. I instruct me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: Senate Bill 358 do pass. Senate Bill 359 do pass. House Bill 749 do pass. House Bill 750 do pass by substitute. House Bill 774 do pass. House Bill 781 do pass. House Bill 785 do pass. House Bill 788 do pass. House Bill 789 do pass. House Bill 790 do pass. House Bill 794 do pass. House Bill 797 do pass. House Bill 798 do pass. Senate Bill 356 do pass. House Bill 772 do pass. House Bill 780 do pass. House Bill 787 do pass. House Bill 791 do pass. House Bill 793 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary read bills and resolutions for the second time.
Senate Resolution 431 by Senator Harrell, the 40th, and others. Senate Impact of Social Media and Artificial Intelligence on Children and Platform Privacy Protection Study Committee, create. Senate Resolution 476 by Senator Halpern, the 39th, and others. Senate Study Committee on Local School System Flexibility Options, create. Senate Resolution 49 by Senator Dixon, the 45th, and others. Senate Study Committee on Inclusive Educational Settings for Students with Disabilities, create. House Bill 225 by Representative Washburn, the 144th, and others. Motor Vehicles Enforcement of Speeding Violations in School Zones through Automated Traffic Enforcement Safety Devices, or repeal all laws. House Bill 651 by Representative Powell, the 33rd, and others. Motor Vehicles Use of Automated Traffic Enforcement Safety Devices in School Zones, revised provisions. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize Senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 46th for business outside the Capitol.
Without objection, Senator from the 46th is excused. Recognize Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 27th and the senator from the 46th. Oh, he's already been excused.
Without objection, Senator from the 27th is excused. Recognize Senator from the 33rd.
Good morning, Mr. President, y'all. Somebody gave me a note here to say to excuse the senator from the 33rd.
That would be you, Senator. All right. It is now time for the morning roll call, and the Secretary will call the roll. Senators, signify your presence by voting the yay switch. The Secretary will unlock the machines. It is now time for our morning devotion. If the doorkeeper will secure the chamber at this time, and I'll ask that all unauthorized personnel exit the chamber as well. We have a very special guest with us today. I know he's very special to the senator that will be introducing him. And I recognize the senator from the 10th to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance and introduce our pastor of the day. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag, the principles which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation. Good morning, and it is one of those moments when you have an opportunity to do something that you know just kind of resonates in your spirit and in your soul. Today I have an opportunity to introduce my son, who is our pastor of the day. Elam Jones, who is a young 30 years old, got ordained when he was 21 years old in the Baptist faith by my pastor in McDonough, Georgia. He's since gone on to do great things with his life. And just to share a few of those things, and I would try not to get choked up because he is an exceptional young man. And not only is Elam an exceptional young man, but he is an exceptional pastor as well. Elam currently attends Harvard University. He's studying he's gotten his master's in divinity from Harvard. He's currently studying for his doctorate in divinity from Harvard. And he's also in the law school at Harvard University up in Boston. When I say exceptional, he really is an exceptional young man. 21 years that I've served in this body, my kids have literally grown up with me in this chamber. And I can say to all of you that when your time comes and you look back on those moments, I just pray that you never, ever forget the experience, not just that you had in this body, but also the experience that your family had as well. Elam is joined by members of my family, and I'm taking the liberty, Mr. President. I do apologize, but my daughter, who is the doctor of the day, she's in Portland, Oregon at the National University of Natural Medicine. I'm also joined by my son's wife, Ms. Asia Jones, who is studying her PhD at Berkeley, California, and I understand Cal Berkeley, she has one more year to complete her PhD in psychology and sociology. And I'm honored that my matriarch of our family, my Aunt Janelle, was gracious enough to come up here and join my two kids as they are featured here today. And this moment would not have been possible without my sister, who stands right next to my aunt. And one of the things that we all have shared growing up is a closeness in our family. I always say to people that we didn't have much, but we always had each other, and that's all we need. Please join me in welcoming my son, Elam Jones, our pastor of the day.
To Lieutenant Governor Jones and to the Honorable Emmanuel Jones, who graciously invited me to speak in this chamber once more, and to the members of the Georgia State Senate and all who have gathered today, it is both a privilege and an honor to address you this morning. I'd like to take up a word from the Lord found in the book of Micah, the 6th chapter, verse 8, and the story that unfolds in the pages directly preceding it. This places us within a narrative set long after the division of the land of ancient Israelites into the northern kingdom of Israel and Judah to the south. Following a long period of relative peace, both kingdoms, along with surrounding nations, found themselves facing increasing pressure from powerful and rapidly expanding neighboring empires. The book further locates us in a small town in the south, where the prophet Micah, serving as a messenger of God, delivers a powerful and piercing message to the kingdom's leaders, accusing them of amassing wealth through theft and intimidation. He condemns the deep injustices that have taken root in their society, where bribery governs the land, justice is twisted to favor the wealthy, and the poor are robbed of their property, their security, and their hope. As Micah declares, these are the kinds of profound systemic wrongs that, if left unchallenged in any nation, whether thousands of years ago or today, will surely destroy both the land and its people. He goes on to reveal that the severity of this corruption is made even worse by Israel's own prophets, who have fallen prey to greed and dishonesty. These social commentators and political pundits of the day, no longer speaking truth and love, have turned their sacred role into a business. They promise divine protection for anyone who can afford it. Yet Micah makes it unmistakably clear. God has withdrawn his protection. The divine favor that once shielded the nation has been lifted, and the consequences of their corruption are now unavoidable. However, all is not lost. Through a beautiful series of poetic promises about the future, Micah speaks of the hope that can still be found if the people choose to reform their ways. In his now famous words, Micah declares in verse 8, "He has shown you, O mortal, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." Justice, mercy, and humility. Visionary social activist and co-founder of the Catholic social worker movement, Dorothy Day, dedicated her life to serving the poor, advocating for peace, and fighting for social justice through direct action. Her tireless commitment to living out the teachings of her faith in the most challenging circumstances earned her a unanimous recommendation for canonization as a saint in 2012. The highest honor in the Catholic Church, but had Dorothy been alive, she likely would have refused it. In fact, Dorothy was often quoted for saying, "Don't call me a saint. I don't want to be dismissed so easily." As she saw it, the everyday exercise of justice, mercy, and humility, in her case, recycling food from a dumpster, sleeping on a stinky prison floor, and going to Mass every afternoon, should not be reserved for the exceptional among us. In her words, we are all called to be saints in the priesthood of the laity. Likewise, I stand here today to remind all of you in this room that you are all called to be change makers in the legislature of Georgia. This responsibility is not reserved only for the boldest among you or for the most idealistic, but for each and every one of you. In a time that features many of the injustices experienced by Micah many centuries ago, it is all of you who we rely upon to set an example and to ensure that we are on the proper course. As the late President Jimmy Carter once said, the way to enhance freedom and prosperity in other lands, be it abroad or just north in our nation's capital, is to demonstrate here that our democratic system is worthy of emulation. So just as Micah asked of the ancient Israelites long ago, I conclude by asking you to do justice and to love mercy and to walk humbly with the God of your understanding. Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for the members of this assembly. I ask that you always be present with them, their families, and those they represent, guiding them to make good, wise, and ethical decisions on behalf of all who live in Georgia, and reminding each one of their calls to be change makers in the spirit of justice, mercy, and humility. I pray this in your name. Amen.
like to recognize the senator from the 38th to introduce our Doctor of the Day. Senator?
All right, good morning, colleagues. I am very excited to once again welcome back Dr. John Gleason to the Senate. He is racking up his points here in the Senate as he is a frequent Doctor of the Day here. So very excited to have him. He's an orthopedic surgeon at Resurgence Orthopedics, resident of Atlanta and graduate of McNeese State University in Louisiana, and got his medical degree from Louisiana State University. I am going to be short on this because we're going to have him back here this week, and so I'm very pleased to welcome Dr. John Gleason as our Doctor of the Day.
Thank y'all. Thank you for your hard work, and I know y'all got a busy week, and Friday will be a glorious day, and as Senator Kemp stated, if I make it down here one more time, I get to be his concierge doctor. Thank you.
I also wanted to, Senator Jones from the 10th, he brought not all of them, but a lot of his distinguished children down here. And one young lady behind me is soon to be Dr. Jones. And I just wanted to recognize her because she will be being the Doctor of the Day very, very soon. We weren't able to get her today, but we're going to recognize her anyways here. So here you go.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name's Imani Sutton. I am a graduate of Vanderbilt University, and currently I'm a third-year medical student at the National University of Natural Medicine in Portland, Oregon. So naturopathic medicine, it's not well known here, but it's a holistic approach to medical care that emphasizes natural therapies, prevention, and supporting the body's ability to heal itself. So currently I'm learning conventional medicine in combination with more natural modalities. So that includes herbal medicine, homeopathy, and physical medicine. Currently there are 26 jurisdictions, including DC and Puerto Rico, that have licensure for naturopathic physicians. And currently there are 17 states that are pushing for legislation for licensure. And Georgia is on neither of those lists yet. So today I'm hoping to spread some awareness of naturopathic medicine. If you have any questions, I would encourage you to reference naturopathic.org. That's naturopathic.org, or you can talk to me after this. Thank you very much.
Are there any unanimous consents? Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? Recognize the senator from the 8th.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today is a special day in our family because my son, J.R., who's in the chamber with us, turns 21 today. And let me tell you, y'all know about 10 years ago, he was electrocuted in the swimming pool, and a friend of mine says if what he's seen in the movies is true, that JR should have superpowers. But he's certainly one of my heroes. I have a commendation here from the governor for JR. Says, John Rustin Goodman is a proud Georgia citizen who celebrates his 21st birthday on March 31st, 2025. And whereas an 8th-generation South Georgia farmer, John has received multiple state and national FFA awards for diversified agricultural proficiency. And whereas he is a lifelong UGA superfan and is currently a junior at the university studying agricultural economics, he's a member and past vice noble ruler of alumni relations of Alpha Gamma Rho Agricultural Fraternity. And whereas he is the son of a state senator with an interest in public service himself, he has further offered his talents to the state of Georgia through an internship at the state capitol with the Georgia Agribusiness Council during the spring 2025 legislative session. And whereas John is truly a great American and a damn good dog, and it is an honor to recognize him on his 21st birthday and to wish him well in all his future endeavors now. Therefore, I, Brian P. Kemp, Governor of the state of Georgia, do hereby commend Mr. John Rustin Goodman. JR, we love you, buddy. Proud of you, and thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me the opportunity, and I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 48th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, a good friend of mine is sitting up in the gallery. A father, a leader, and a great man. I want to honor John Cohen upon his induction into the Roswell High School Hall of Fame and the Georgia Dugout Baseball Hall of Fame. For over 6 decades, 60 years, John has embodied the heart of leadership, humble, impactful, and always putting others before himself. Through his dedication, he has shaped the lives of countless young men, not only as an exceptional coach, but also as a mentor and a strong male role model. In a world where humble leadership is needed more than ever, John's example stands as a testament to the true power of servant leadership. Congratulations, John, and thank you for your remarkable leadership. We're all better for it. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 3rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am very pleased today to have here visiting representatives from the city of Brunswick. They have a very nice bill on our consent calendar for a new homestead exemption for the homeowners in Brunswick, Georgia. But if I might, I'd like to recognize them. I believe they're up here to my left in the gallery. I have Mayor Cosby Johnson. Most of you know Cosby from his work with the State Chamber. I have Mayor Pro Tem Felicia Harris. I have 2 commissioners, Commissioner Gwen Atkinson Williams and Commissioner Kendra Roll. They have some family members with them and their representative Tyler Lewis. So welcome, folks from Brunswick. We appreciate you. Give them a hand. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 56th.
Senators, I'm very excited today to recognize someone that everybody in this room knows. A dear friend of mine for over 24 years, Lynn Riley. And it is bittersweet to commemorate your extraordinary service as you retire after all your selfless sacrifice. I remember when I first met Lynn all those years ago, she was kind enough to sit on the board of one of my companies. And then I remember when she told me she was going to run for the Fulton County Commission. And we started putting signs up, my first time putting signs in the ground. Followed by her great service there, we were both elected at the state time to the General Assembly, where she served in the State House of Representatives and was one of Governor Deal's floor leaders. She was then tapped by Governor Deal to move on to several important positions. In fact, she was the first female to serve as the Georgia State Treasurer and the Georgia State Revenue Commissioner. In her current role, though, she awarded $4.3 billion to over 459,000 students through the Hope Scholarship Program, and has worked very closely with Governor Kemp and played a vital role in creating the Georgia Match Program, one of the largest run direct admissions programs and most successful in the entire country. Lynn's accomplishments are extraordinary in her 21 years of service, but I know her well, and sitting next to her, her husband Mike, her children, and boy, she is one wonderful doting grandmother who has put her values right in the proper place. So ladies and gentlemen, I ask everyone in the Senate to please rise and give a rounding applause to Lynn Riley. Thank you.
We have a special group with us here today. My good friend Jim Cole and his athletic director down at Mercer University, and his daughter Caroline is with us today, who's in law school there. She worked several years here in the Senate, both for my office and also Senator Brass, or Senator from the Rules Chairman's office, and did a good job. But we have today with us the football coach and a couple of players where I can tell you right now, these boys at Mercer, the Mercer Bears, they're not afraid to play anybody. They'll go to Tuscaloosa, they'll go to Auburn, Alabama. They even want to go to Athens, Georgia, but Athens won't schedule them. So we're going to have to get them. We're going to get on Coach Smart about that. But we just want to recognize them, and what a fine job that Jim Cole and his group are doing down at Mercer, and just talk about, brag on them a little bit on what they're doing and everything, the young student athletes that they're putting out down at that school in Macon, Georgia. And to talk more about it, I'll recognize the pro tem from Macon, Senator from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I rise today with some great pride to recognize a team that, as the president just spoke of, that's got grit, discipline, and heart, and have captured not only our attention but also a Southern Conference title. I'm talking about none other than the Mercer Bears football team, who delivered an outstanding 2024 season this past year, finishing with an impressive 11-3 overall record and securing a Southern Conference championship with a 7-1 conference record. Led by the first-year head coach, Mike Jacobs, who's with us up here, led the Bears and showed what determination and leadership looks like, not only on but also off the field. They advanced to the NCAA Division I FCS playoffs and competed all the way to the quarterfinals, proving that Macon's not just about good music and history, but also some championship football. Now let's talk about some dominance. The team went on to be undefeated at home with a 7-0 record at Five Star Stadium, and the Bears gave their fans a real season to remember. On the floor, so many of y'all recognize Jim Cole behind us that the president recognized. You'll remember, some of you that have been here a while, of Jim Cole's service over in the House for many years. Mike Jacobs, the first-year head coach that we're proud to have at Mercer. Isaac Dowling, the team captain, and then Riley Adcock. Coach Jacobs, you have built something special in your very first year at Mercer, and this Senate is very proud to recognize you. Y'all give a warm welcome for the Mercer Bears football team, and I'll ask the coach if he wants to say something.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Good morning. We appreciate everybody having us here. This is a tremendous honor to not only represent Mercer, but the city of Macon, and really fortunate for the strong leadership at our university, President Bill Underwood, and certainly our athletic director, Jim Cole, who many of you know. But really, all the thanks go to our players, and we have some tremendous ones behind us, some Bears that are getting ready to graduate and move on in the world, but they've accomplished quite a bit in their time with us. Riley was a 50-game starter for us. He's the top engineering student in the civil engineering program at Mercer University. Isaac also started over 40 games for Mercer football, and we're trying to get him one more year right now. So we really appreciate this. This is quite an honor for us to be standing before you today, and on behalf of all of Mercer and Macon, we appreciate you all. Thank you. I see one of our former members, Senator Mitch Seaball, is here today. Mitch, wave your hand, let everybody recognize. Let's give Mitch a big round of applause. Good to have you, Mitch, and see if you can do something with the senator from the 6th over there. I know you've been a mentor to him, so recognize the senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm going to share with you a short history lesson and a trivia question. In honor of the senator from the 21st, I want to make you aware of how Washington, D.C. became Washington, D.C. My name is Burns. We trace our family back to Scotland, to the Burness clan, which means by a stream or a brook, a burn. It was changed the name of the spelling several times. B-U-R-N-E-S was the spelling at the time that Washington, D.C. was created. My great-great-great-great-grandfather was David Burns. He inherited what is now Washington, D.C. from his grandfather, a first-generation immigrant Scotsman. Burns served as a second lieutenant in the 1st Maryland Brigades of the Continental Army in the Revolutionary War. After the war, Burns and his family lived in a cottage in what is now the National Mall. In the late 18th century, Burns and 14 other landowners negotiated with George Washington to sell their land to the government for the creation of what is now the city of Washington, D.C. President Washington commonly referred to Burns as the obstinate Mr. Burns for his shrewd and bold negotiating style. Burns and Washington and other landowners came to terms in 1791, completing the sale. The former Burns land, it was 600 acres on the Potomac River, includes all or part of what is now the White House, the Treasury Building, the Eclipse, the Washington Monument, and most of the Washington Mall. In subsequent years, the Burns family changed their spelling to B-U-R-N-S. Some of them moved to Georgia, and I was one of those. So, here's the history lesson. This is the oldest cottage in Washington, D.C., the Burns Cottage. And the trivia question is, when someone says, where did Washington receive the lands to create Washington, D.C., it was the Burns Farm. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? You have before you a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none. The resolution on the consent calendar is adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw and commit? You have before you a consent calendar of local bills. Mr. Secretary, have you any objections?
Mr. President, no objections have been filed.
Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee on state and local governmental operations, which is favorable to the passage of the bill on the local consent calendar? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Questions on the passage of the bill on the local consent calendar? All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passages of the bills, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0. The bills on the local consent calendar have received the requisite constitutional majority and therefore pass. Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that the following bills be engrossed at this time: House Bill 144, House Bill 153, and House Bill 511.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 144 by Representative Newton, the 127th and others, bills being titled Act to amend Chapter 7, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to income taxes, so as to revise the tax credit for certain medical preceptor rotations to add dentistry, to increase the value of the tax credit, to revise definitions, to provide for an aggregate annual cap, to extend the sunset provision of such tax credit, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. House Bill 153 by Representative Camp, with 135th and others, bills to be titled Act to amend Code Section 48-8-3.2 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to sales and use tax exemptions for manufacturing equipment, industrial materials, packing supplies, and energy, so as to extend the sunset date for an exemption for maintenance and replacement parts for machinery or equipment used to mix or transport concrete, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. House Bill 511 by Representative Lumsden, the 12th and others, bill to be titled Act to amend Chapter 32, Title 33 of Code Section 48-7-27 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to property insurance and computation of taxable net income, respectively, so as to provide for deductions from taxable income for contributions by taxpayers to catastrophe savings accounts and interest earned on such accounts, to establish limits for contributions to such amounts, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? There is objection. Do you wish to speak to it, Senator? No speak. Okay. Majority Leader, would you like to speak to your motion? Okay. All right. The motion is to engross. We do have objection. All those in favor of engrossing will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to engross, the yeas are 30 and the nays are 20, and this motion has prevailed. On to the rules calendar. Secretary, please read House Bill 360. I'm sorry, House Bill 114.
House Bill 114 by Representative McDonald, the 26th and others. The bills being timely act to amend Code Section 4-1-8 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to safe operation of motor carriers, commercial motor vehicles, and drivers, and safe transportation of hazardous materials, so as to update the reference date to federal regulations regarding the safe operation of motor carriers and commercial motor vehicles, to revise the definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 29th.
Friends, as we move into the last week of the legislative session, we tend to run into a lot of these types of legislation that are more regulatory than anything we've run into so far, and this is exactly what that is. This deals with the present regulations on moving hazardous materials around Georgia. The asking that identifies the regulations under 49 CFR to keep them in force. So we're changing the date from January 1st, 2024 to January 1st, 2025. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I will yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary, please read House Bill 116.
House Bill 116 by Representative McDonald, the 26th, and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 5, Chapter 2, Title 35, and Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to Motor Carrier Compliance Division of the Department of Public Safety and Motor Vehicles and Traffic, respectively, so as to change the name of the Motor Carrier Compliance Division of the Department of Public Safety to Commercial Vehicle Enforcement, to require law enforcement officers within such division to be trained, sworn, and certified, to provide for conforming changes, to provide for related matters, to appeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. It's been a while. House Bill 116 does two things. The primary thing is it changes the name of the Motor Carrier Compliance Enforcement section of the Department of Public Safety to Commercial Vehicle Enforcement. These are the men and women that you see in the dark SUVs moving up and down the interstate on our highways that make sure that all the 18-wheelers and commercial trucks that you see out there are compliant with Georgia law. What it also does is it ensures that the members of the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Group will be trained, sworn, and certified. For anyone who may not know, the individuals that do the inspections and the other things related to commercial vehicles have to have a very unique skill related to these vehicles specifically that some law enforcement officers do not, which is why we have concerns from time to time with agencies pulling over these vehicles. Simple traffic violations, Title 40 violations are easy enough, but some of the things related to inspections and other things related to the commercial vehicles themselves can be somewhat complicated. And with that, Mr. President, I will yield for any questions.
You do have one question, Senator. I recognize the Senator from the 53rd.
I thought I did.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I do yield.
Isn't it true that if your bill passes, CVD officers, they get dispatched to the same riots and everything else that a blue shirt trooper would get dispatched to, right?
That's right. These, I think my good friend from the 53rd thinks a lot like I do, that if you have the training and if you have the skill set, the dedication, and you work like other law enforcement agencies do, you should be treated exactly the same. And these officers do respond to those same types of situations. Therefore, parity should be throughout the Department of Public Safety, and I think this helps get us closer to that goal.
Senator, with that agreement of parity, would you be in favor of signing on to the legislation from the senator from the 2nd and I to bring in medical retirement for the black shirt and the blue shirts together?
Senator, I would consider that, absolutely doing that. The only thing that makes me nervous about that is that it is you from the 53rd and the senator from the 2nd. And I'm afraid I might be walking into a fly trap, but after reading it, I would take that into consideration.
Senator, isn't it true that the senator from the 53rd is the most pro-law enforcement senator in this chamber?
No, sir, that is not true. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. Senator from the 53rd, do you wish to speak? Okay. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill having received a requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 137.
House Bill 137 by Representative Anderson of the 10th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 13 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to contracts for public work so as to increase the dollar value of certain public work contracts, exempt from provisions related to retention of contractual payments, to amend Article 10 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA related to contracts and purchases by public schools, to amend Article 11, Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA related to public school property and facilities, to amend Chapter 4 of Title 32 of the OCGA related to state, county, municipal road systems, to amend Chapter 91 to Title 36 of the OCGA related to public works bidding, to amend Part 1 of Article 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 50 of the OCGA related to general authorities, duties, and procedure for state purchasing, to provide for related matters, for bill conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations General recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, and colleagues. I bring you House Bill 137. This bill simply raises the threshold in which Public Works has to put out a competitive bid, taking it from $100,000 to $250,000. We haven't changed this in over 2 decades, over 20 years since that number has changed. And the bill now includes both local and state agencies. That I will yield for questions. A little order would be good too. I urge your favorable consideration for House Bill 137.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. Senator from the 24th, you wish to, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I'd like to excuse the senator from the 13th doing business inside
Senator
the
from
Capitol.
without objection, Senator from the 13th is excused. All those in favor of the bill vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45, the nays are 5. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary, please read House Bill 150.
House Bill 150, where Representative Fleming, the 114th, and others, the bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2, Article 2, Chapter 3, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to the university system so as to require quarterly reports regarding certain funding received from individuals or entities related to China, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for short titles, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education offers the following substitute to House Bill 150, Bills being titled and Act to amend Part 2 of Article 2, Chapter 3, Title 20 of the OCGA related to the university system so as to require semi-annual reports regarding certain funding received from foreign countries, entities, or individuals of concern, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for a short title, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Bearden of the 30th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate Committee substitute of House Bill 150 by striking $50,000 on line 28 and inserting $1,000. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today to present HB 150 to you. This bill ensures that the legislature understands what our university system is doing in regards to countries with foreign concerns and institutions funding that might present corruption influence of our university system. At the same time, it ensures that individuals from foreign nations who want to study here can do so in peace. The two key opponents to the bill are focusing on funding from foreign countries of concern and those working on their behalf. It applies to foreign entities of concern who are governments, companies, and people without U.S. residency or citizenship who live in these countries. This foreign countries of concern are identified in lines 16 through 18. These governments are designated by the United States Secretary of Commerce. The second part, it promotes transparency in foreign funding.
You do have one question. I'm sorry, Senator. I'm glad somebody else can't either, because I couldn't either. So I think need to turn up the mic a little bit.
Yeah, okay. And that's what the bill does. If you would, please vote, and I'll yield the well. No, I'm just kidding. All right. No, I'll go ahead and start over. Thank you for letting me know that. So, colleagues, I rise today to bring HB 150 before you today. This bill ensures that the legislature understands what our university system is doing in regards to countries that are a foreign concern and institutional funding that might present corruption or influence on our university system. The bill does two things. It's focused on funding from foreign countries of concern and those working on their behalf. It applies to those countries, and basically where that foreign countries of concern, where that comes from, is from the United States Secretary of Commerce, and that's where that list is derived from. What this bill does is it promotes transparency. It requires the university system to report twice a year to the governor and to this body of any funding that has been received by any university, $50,000 and above, from foreign countries of concern. It does not contemplate or include tuition. It has nothing to do with that. We want individuals from all over the world to be exposed to the benefits of our U.S. higher education system and the freedoms of our society. What we don't want is to see hostile foreign adversaries use money to undermine or corrupt our university system, research, or to steal intelligence and things of that nature. With that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And there is a friendly amendment that would actually drop that amount from $50,000 to $1,000.
Yeah, you do have a couple questions, and if I get everybody's attention, it's getting pretty loud back there in the back, and it is having a hard time. We are having a hard time hearing the gentleman in the well, so if y'all could bring it down a little bit. If you got house members you're talking to, maybe take them outside and talk to them there. So Senators from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the author, will you, or the sponsor, will you yield? Great. Appreciate you starting again.
Oh, absolutely.
So this, the foreign countries of concern, I'm looking at lines 16 through 18. Would this list update automatically pursuant to any changes to 15 CFR section 791.4, or will it be static based on the list on February 4th, 2025?
Now, Senator, the way I read it, it would be the list that was established or current on February 4th, 2025.
So meaning your interpretation is that it remains static?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any concerns that then it could kind of quickly get out of date and be over-inclusive to the, maybe it wouldn't be quickly, but say in, however many years, over-inclusive to the point that we may inadvertently block talented individuals from being a part of our university system whose research we actually might very much want to take advantage of as Americans? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I completely see your point, Senator. And I could also see the list, at some point need to be updated. You might need to take somebody off or add some, or not somebody, but a country. You may take a country off, or you may add a country down the road. The intent of the bill is not students, coming from abroad to learn at our university system. It's, our countries that are of concern contributing, large amounts of money to these universities and potentially having influence over them.
Thank you. If you'll further yield, do you know why the decision was made to keep that static instead of updating along with the federal code?
I do not have the answer to that.
Lastly, I don't think this is a part of this current bill, but I know that we have had a number of bills over the last 3 years or so regarding ownership of land near certain areas, certain sensitive American, I don't know, I can't recall if there were like utilities or other things of that nature. Is this the same sort of approach that those bills have taken?
Yeah, I would say similar. I think what you're looking here is it as you the numbers debated, whether it's $1,000 or $50,000. It's the large donations that would potentially give them access, to the university through, having access to coming to meetings or being involved in a university. It wouldn't be an individual student coming over and paying tuition to access one of our university systems.
Thank you.
You have one more question, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the Senator yield?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So you continue to talk about this not excluding, say, foreign exchange students. But if you look at line 23, it defines a foreign individual of concern as anyone who's from one of those countries that is not a citizen or a permanent resident of the United States. So can you help me understand how that would preclude or carve out, say, an international student?
Yeah, I would imagine, it wouldn't be any student, coming from, say, I know China's a hot button country, coming from China. This would be the individual that obviously is, of a concern that has done something to put them on that list.
Do you further yield?
Sure.
So you're suggesting that the person has to have done something and cannot just be domiciled from that foreign country, but they have to actually have done something to get on the list of individual concern?
No, you are correct. Yeah, it would be if they're domiciled. That's correct.
So do you further yield?
Sure.
You've also suggested that paying tuition would not be a part of this. However, on lines 26 and 27, it talks about funding means payment in exchange for services or other monetary exchange. So it's a very broad very, very broad category here. So I'm not understanding how it is that tuition would not be included in this exclusion.
No, I do agree. It is a broad definition, but it doesn't have tuition, listed in there. But I agree it is broad.
So just, isn't it true that if we were to pass this bill, a student from China who is not a permanent resident in the United States and is not a citizen would be considered a foreign individual of concern and therefore could not pay any money to our university system because that would be a monetary exchange, and therefore we are essentially banning all international students from China from being able to receive an education or continue to further our research here in our university systems. Isn't that true?
No, that I don't believe that's the intent of the bill at all. No, not to ban all foreign students. No.
Do you further yield?
No, Mr. President, I'll yield the well
Okay.
on that. Thank you.
All right. Senator has yielded. Senator from the 8th, would you like to speak? Senator from the 30th, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my friend from District 45 for seeing this as a friendly amendment. Anytime we're talking about foreign countries, entities, or individuals that are designated for an adversary to the United States, I really don't think we should be accepting any money from these individuals, but we are reducing that amount from $50,000 to $1,000. That way we know exactly what's coming into our universities. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you vote in favor of the amendment and the bill, and I will yield the well.
Senator has yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. On adoption of amendment number 1, we have objection. On adoption of amendment number 1, from the senator from the 30th, we have objection to that amendment. Senator, would you like to speak to your objection or just let it ride? Just let it ride. All right. All those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 21, and the amendment is adopted. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 32, the nays are 19. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 199.
House Bill 199 by Representative Kelly, the 16th, and others. Bills being sent an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to administration of courts and record generally, so as to modify provisions related to protection of personally identifiable information of judges and their spouses, to abolish the requirement for the administrative office of the courts to maintain a database of protected persons and information, to provide for a statewide form to be used by protected persons seeking to have information removed or redacted from public records, to require state and local governments to remove personally identifiable information from public records when requested by protected persons, to provide for procedures for such requests, to raise definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 199, a bill to be entitled to amend Chapter 5 of Title 15 of the OCGA related to administration of courts and record generally, so as to modify provisions related to protection of personally identifiable information of judges and their spouses, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, Senate Bill 199 moves to restrict the phone number and address of judges and former judges from public disclosure. It also protects their property and tax records so that people who are doing bad things that may be upset with their decisions cannot find them as easily. If there are any questions, I'll yield to them now or yield the will. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize Senator. Secretary has a message for the Senate.
Mr. President, the following message was received from the House through Mr. Riley, the clerk thereof. Mr. President, the House has disagreed to the Senate substitute of the following bill of the House. House Bill 68 by Representative Burns, the 159th, and others. Bill to be entitled an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026, to make and provide such appropriations for the operation of state government, its departments, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 19th.
Mr. President, I move the Senate insist on its substitute to House Bill 68.
The senator has moved that the Senate insists. Is there objection to the Appropriations Chair wanting to insist on the Senate's position? Hearing none, we insist. Okay, so at this moment, we're going to break for lunch. I know the Pro Tem has lunch set up in the ante room here. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll reconvene probably about 1:15. So just Senate will stand at ease till about 1:15. Senate will come back to order. Secretary read House Bill 268.
House Bill 268 by Representative Persinger, the 119th, and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA related to elementary and secondary education so as to provide for safety, health, and well-being of students and school communities, to create the Office of Safe Schools within the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency, to provide technical assistance for local school systems, to develop policies and procedures for the threat management teams, to develop statewide behavioral threat management operational process, to provide for definitions and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 268, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 11, Title 15, Chapter 2 of Title 20, and Chapter 3 of Title 38 of the OCGA related to juvenile code and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Parent of the 44th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitute to House Bill 268 by removing the quotation mark at the end of line 1015 and inserting between lines 1015 and 1016 the following. J1, the Department of Education, in collaboration with the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security agencies, shall develop information and other resources regarding the safe storage of firearms and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 41st, do you have a point of personal privilege or what? Parliamentary inquiry or what?
For unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 22nd.
From 27th? 22nd. Okay, yeah, without objection, senator from 22nd is excused.
And the senator from the 17th.
And the 17th. Without objection, those two are excused. Recognize the senator from the 46th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is not a happy bill to present, and it is very unfortunate that we're having to worry so badly about the safety of our children in our schools. But it's something that we need to do, and I'm happy to be involved in the process. Unfortunately, this began with tragedy back on September 4th of 2024 when there was a senseless shooting at Appalachia High School in Barrow County. It's in the 46th district. Myself, the senator from the 45th and the 47th share Barrow County, and it was quite a tragic day to hear the news coming out of there. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first school shooting in the state of Georgia. Certainly the first mass shooting. I've not heard or learned of any before, and thank God there have been none since. The Speaker and the House of Representatives adopted this as their number one priority for this legislative system. We want to make sure that this never happens again in the state of Georgia. And I give the highest accolades to Speaker Burns and the work that he's done in pulling together many different ideas to address the root of the problem and to prevent it from happening again in the future. And that if it ever does, that we will be able to respond in a very efficient, fast manner, very similar to how Barrow County responded in this case back in September. It's impossible to tell you how much detail the House Education Chairman, Chris Irwin, went to in drafting this bill. Came through his committee, and I am really, really impressed at the thoroughness and the thoughtfulness of the provisions that are included in this bill. I think we can all be very proud of the work product. And Representative Holt Persinger, who represents the area as well, very close to home to him, took it very personal, and he has driven this legislation through both the House and through the Senate now. You may remember we have had several bills in the Senate this year that we've passed that deal with aspects of school safety. And I won't call the senators out by name, but we had one bill that deals with the criminal aspects of terroristic threats on school property, threats to students, threats to school activities. Senator from the 27th pushed that legislation, and it, of course, passed our Senate overwhelmingly, and it has been folded into this House Bill 268. Also, the senator from the 31st had a very important bill, Ricky and Elisa's Law, that dealt with how do you react to this? How do you prevent this from happening, but how do you make it easier for law enforcement and public agencies to respond? And that bill requires panic alert buttons to be present in the schools so that if something starts happening, help can be called immediately. It also calls for the mapping of schools and school properties so that law enforcement will know where they're going, where every entrance, every exit, the cafeteria, the art room, the theater, each classroom, the offices, where they are on the diagram, on the schematic. And so if you get a call, we have an active shooter in Mrs. Jones' 8th grade classroom, these folks will know where to go and how to get the other students out in a fast and expeditious manner. That has been largely implemented with very few changes in this House bill. And finally, the senator from the 45th, who also represents the Appalachia area, realized that one of the problems with that particular incident was the student had newly transferred into the district, and the new set of teachers and administrators didn't know about any troubles he had been in the past and whether he was a threat or a danger. And so we had a bill that the senator from the 45th sponsored here that we passed out that requires the transfer of a student's record from the school they're moving from to their new school within 5 days. That is also embedded in this bill. So this is a joint work product of both the House and the Senate under the Speaker's stewardship, the Lieutenant Governor's broad endorsement of the bill, and the work in the House and the Senate. As I looked at the issues and tried to get myself in the right frame of mind to present this to you, what is a very, very serious subject. It is truly a life and death subject matter. There's a lot of bills we deal with in here that deal with certain business aspects or rights or beliefs or tax breaks, a lot of things we deal with that are business oriented, almost mundane. But there's nothing like worrying about the safety of your children and your grandchildren. And every parent ought to know when they drop their child off at school or they put them on that bus to go to school every day, that they're coming home safe and that they're going to be an environment where they can learn and not be worried about their physical safety. We can't do everything on this, but this bill is a great step forward to ensure the safety of our children, to protect them from this type of tragedy in the future. And I want to make sure that the lives of those lost at Appalachia are not lost in vain, that we prevent that from happening in the future. I would ask you to please join with me and let's honor the deceased. If you would stand with me, please.
Senators ask for a moment of silence.
Mason Skirmerhorn, a 14-year-old student. Christian Angulo, also a 14-year-old student. Christine Irami, a 53-year-old math teacher. And Richard Aspinwall, a 39-year-old math teacher and assistant football coach. In addition, there are 8 students and 1 teacher who were wounded. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Let's don't let them die in vain. Let's talk about what we can do to prevent this type of tragedy from ever happening again in the state of Georgia. Let's do what we can to make certain that when we take our children and our grandchildren and future generations of children to school, that they're safe and they're protected and they're to learn and to grow and develop into responsible adults. I believe everybody here would agree with me that at the root of almost every one of these incidents nationwide are mental health problems. Almost always there's a mental illness. Many times there's a lack of parental involvement. There are lacks of discipline. There are warning signs, things that have happened over the years in classrooms and out of classrooms that should have put us on notice that something might happen. I am stunned how many times after the fact we go look at social media, Twitter, X, or Facebook, Snapchat, all the different social media that the kids use these days. There's almost always some type of threat, some type of lashing out, some types of cry for help that when you look back at it after the fact, you're like, wow, we should have seen that coming. Or some people will say, I knew that kid wasn't right, that we were scared of them. Always feared that they might do something like this. What we're hoping to do in this bill is to try to identify those type of mental health problems, dangerous kids, and to intervene, to give them help early so that we can address those problems before they devolve into this very destructive behavior. One thing that the bill does, and I'm jumping around on it, I'll try to lead you through it. I can answer questions and tell you where we're going, but it is not in a sort of a linear order in the bill, so I'm going to take out the big picture for you and tell you what we're doing. In section 2-20, this is all the way back on page 47 in our bill, which is, I think, 57 pages. We're requiring every school to have a school safety plan. Now, most every school already has one, and this is how you keep your kids safe, how you respond to emergencies, etc. But I'll point you to lines 1196. No later than January 1st of 2027, each public school safety plan, which are already required, shall include provisions that address the behavioral health needs of students and a behavioral threat assessment management plan that'll provide a structured, multidisciplinary process to identify, assess, and mitigate potential threats while supporting the safety and well-being of the students and the school personnel. And that's pretty flowery language, very aspirational language. But what we do right here is say, part of your school safety plan has to deal with the behavioral health, the mental health that's acted out. So we want to identify mental health problems and address them. Help the students find help if they need it, because then we make the entire student body a safer place. It's going to take some personnel to do this. And so we, in the bill, require each school to have an individual that will help them deal with this. We have identified those or sort of defined them as a qualified student advocacy specialist. Now, that's not somebody that's like a lawyer advocating for the students. That's a mental health professional to help address mental health problems with students, how to identify them, how to respond to them, how to intervene in the lives of these troubled young folks. And so all public schools always say, don't put any unfunded mandates on us. Don't tell us what all we have to do and then just leave us to ourselves. And so this bill doesn't. We set up state grants to fund these mental health specialists in each school system. And it's a sliding scale. If you have less than 18,000 kids in your school district, the state's going to pay for one of these student advocacy specialists. If you have 18 to 36,000 students, you'll qualify for grants for two. And if you're more than 36,000 students, your district will be funded for three of these specialists. Doesn't limit you as a school district just to those numbers. You can employ as many as you want to, but the state is going to pay for at least those minimum basic positions. And they will try to figure out how to educate the student population, how to educate the faculty, the administration over what the threats are, how to identify them, how to treat them, how to respond to them, how to prevent any of these incidents from taking place in the future. That's a start. It's not the solution, but it's a start that we are putting focus on the mental health, that we're going to have specialists in each school system to help coordinate the response to mental health problems, behavioral health problems. We also have put in training for the students, that each student each year will receive 1 hour of training and instruction on suicide prevention. Suicide is a much larger issue with our youth than we wish, and this will help them understand the problems that they may be dealing with can be handled through other means. How to identify other students that are potential suicide risks to get them the mental health that they need. How to know to identify potential problems in themselves where they can reach out for help. And also 1 hour per year of violence prevention training to teach kids about violence in school, how to control your emotions and your impulses and your behavior, what the appropriate boundaries are in interactions amongst other students, and how to identify and recognize other children that might be a threat to committing violence in the school. That doesn't sound like a lot, an hour per student per year on the mental health angle, on suicide prevention, and on the behavioral side, violence prevention. But it's a darn good start. And it shows that it matters to us, and we want to continue pushing that information out to our students so they're aware. Another part of the bill that I think is brilliant is to require each school system to have an anonymous reporting system where if you see dangerous behavior, hear dangerous threats, that you have a place to report those, open 24/7, confidentially, anonymously, so you can share your concerns, so that the first we hear about your concerns are not after the fact, where you go back and say, man, I knew something was wrong with that kid. I wish I'd told somebody. Might have made a difference. The fact that they're anonymous makes people more likely to come forward, and they'll be staffed 24/7 by mental health professionals that are able to know what to do with the information and know what is legitimate threat or concern to convey to school administrators and what is idle chatter amongst the students. One of the hardest things we dealt with in this bill in the Senate, it came through Judiciary Committee, and I chaired the subcommittee where we heard 2.5 hours of testimony, mostly from concerned parents. But one of the biggest concern is what do you do with information that you receive about potential dangerous behavior? The House bill had created a database, and they called it the S3 database, where there would be like a offline record of all the complaints, concerns, worries about kids. That was different from the online record, your student record that has your academic achievement, your attendance in the school, your disciplinary problems that you actually got suspended or expelled or whatever. And of course, a criminal record if you've gone that far. But the original bill created another kind of database that dealt with complaints, let's say. Now, I've got 2 boys and a girl. Any of you with multiple children know every single one of them's totally different. Same gene pool of the parents, boy, they come out unbelievably different. Some are risk takers, some are quiet, studious, some are loud, boisterous, gregarious, and it's a whole spectrum. But anybody with boys in particular, a juvenile boy is by definition immature. Their brains aren't formed, their personalities aren't formed, they're not wise like us parents, and they say and do stupid, irresponsible things. And we know that. They're our children, we love them. And all the teachers do too, and you discipline them and you bring them along, and lo and behold, before you know it, they grow up and they become productive citizens. And some of the stupid pranks you do in middle school or high school, or the dumb things you might say, the parents kept coming and being heard saying, I don't think I want my child to be persecuted for life because they do something stupid in the 8th grade and they say, man, I'd like to blow this building up. That ain't good to say, but that doesn't mean they're going to do it. And if the school faculty didn't think it was significant enough or serious enough to give them disciplinary action and create a record, why should we have this shadow database, so to speak, on misconduct of students that didn't arise to criminal conduct or disciplinary proceedings in school? Amazing the number of boy moms that came saying, Lord have mercy, please don't stigmatize my son. And this is something that the entire political spectrum weighed in on. Most of the emails you've gotten are from parents that are like, I don't want my child to be labeled for some anonymous allegations or some concerns of other kids or parents. And I heard strong from the African American community, I don't want some racial profiling of my child because somebody claims they did something wrong or made a threat that they have not been convicted of or proved of. And the same thing, the far right, parents saying this is an invasion of privacy, it is a stigma attached, and how long will it last? Is it going to stick with them the rest of their life till they get through high school, till they get through college? There were many, many confusing, conflicting views on this. So if that's your concern with the bill, it has been removed from the bill. There will not be a database kept with GMA or anybody else. Students still have their school record, but there's not going to be some amorphous S3 database that can haunt a child even when they really never acted on their immature comments, let's say. That should eliminate a lot of potential questions that I may be asked before this presentation's over. Now, as far as reporting things, you've got the anonymous reports that can get back to administration. They can decide what's serious, what needs to be acted on. We're also requiring law enforcement, for the first time, requiring them if they have an official encounter with a school-age youth, so they're investigating wrongful conduct. Thank you, Mr. President. They need to file a written report of that with the school. Whatever school the kid's enrolled in, public or private school, the administration needs to know, because most of the cutting up and bad behavior happens off campus, after school hours, weekends. But this again helps us report, learn about problem conduct. There are other aspects of the bill that are sort of on the prevention end. And one thing we see over and over is the kids that act out and commit violent acts many, many times have very poor family structure, family support, parental influence. I don't know about y'all. I'm as old as I look, and boy, I'm going to tell you right now, I was way more scared of my mom and my daddy than I was of any teacher or principal. Don't call my mama, whatever you please, don't call my mama. You can give me that spanking, but I don't want to have to go home and deal with Virginia and Willie, my daddy, because that wasn't good. And I had to take that report card home my very first grade. Bill is disturbing those around him. I never did that again, I promise you, after that lesson was made. And I was so shy before then, I was scared to go to kindergarten. I wouldn't go. I was a little mama's boy, I guess. When I got out in the big world, man, I had disturbed those around me one time, and that game was over. From there on in, I paid attention. That isn't always the case today. There's an awful lot of children that don't have a mama and a daddy in the household. A lot of them are raised by grandparents. A lot of them don't have to get disciplined if their grades aren't up, or if they don't go to school, or if they misbehave in school. Don't know how we deal with that, but this bill will address part of it. It will require, if a kid has been absent for more than 30 consecutive days, and the parents have not advised the school administration of why, they've decided to homeschool the child, or maybe they've been traveling, or maybe there's been an illness, or maybe a death in the family, or maybe a change in jobs or location of the parents, whatever reason. If the parents hadn't explained to the administration why their kids stopped coming to school, it might be because they don't know. And this helps them learn. It's required to be reported to the parents and to DFACS to pay a visit to that house and say, do you realize your children aren't going to school, or your child's, and is there a reason? Because if you're out 30 days or more, you are falling behind, for one thing, in school, and it is also very possibly a result of a disciplinary problem or a warning of disciplinary problems to come. So you see how we have little pieces in this bill that every one of them makes sense on their own, and when you add them together, they are an effective countermand and an attempt for us to identify bad behavior, mental health problems, potential violent problems in school, self-harm, and intervene, and let's help heal these kids. Let's help bring them back into the mainstream and reduce any threat. Now, the next stage is how you deal with the wrongful conduct. We've already made sure we have the school records that tell about their issues. We've already reported problems, both out of school by law enforcement, in school anonymously. We've got a plan, we've got behavioral health management. As we layer on there, there's a part of the bill that deals with how do you punish inappropriate, unacceptable student conduct. There are certain hard lines, red lines that we have to draw. Some call them in the military no-fly zones. I call them in this context zero tolerance. There is certain behavior that we are not going to put up with in our schools. We can't tolerate it and keep them safe for our children. The Center from the 27th had a bill here on terroristic threats. And that's one of the bright lines we're drawing in the sand on this bill. That if you make threats to harm other students, kill other students, blow up a school building, disrupt our public schools, that will be treated as an adult offense. We have a list of those already, and they're murder and rape and aggravated assault, aggravated battery, other serious violent crimes. And what we're doing here now is saying, if you are making terroristic threats at school to harm other students or interfere with school activities, you're going to Superior Court, or it's up to the prosecutor, may treat you as an adult if you're 13 to 17 and make that a felony offense, 1 to 5 years. There are certain behaviors we are not going to tolerate. To make a threat would be a misdemeanor, but you're threatening terroristic acts on school property, then that would be unacceptable, no-fly zone, zero tolerance. Wrapping up, and I can't hit on everything in my time limit, is the things I mentioned earlier. We're going to have each school equipped with these type of alert systems. We got them here. You click the button. Some of your admins may have them if you have a health issue or you're in physical distress, or if there were a shooter to come in here. Do y'all even remember? Public may not know. At the first of every session, we have a sort of a skull session with our Capitol Police telling us, where do you go? I won't reveal our secrets. Where are our safe rooms that we go if we're alerted that there is a shooter in the building? Unbelievable we have to worry about that in our society, but each school is going to have a panic alert system for their personnel so they can call for help if needed. And each school will have mapping done of their premises that just think in your head like a floor plan of the school, schematic diagrams, every entrance, every exit, every defibrillator in there, the identity of all the classrooms, hallways, gym, etc., so that if you have to call for help, they know where you're calling from and how to get to you and how to get everybody else out of harm's way. These are the highlights of the bill. There's more to it. I'm happy to answer any questions that any of you may have, but I strongly, strongly encourage your support for this comprehensive approach to help make our schools safe for our children so they can learn and socialize and interact and grow up together in a safe environment. Mr. President, with that, if there are no questions, I will yield the well and ask for your I want to see unanimous passage of this bill.
You do have one question, Senator. Recognize Senator from 38.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman, do you yield?
I yield.
So I really commend the speaker for his leadership on school safety. One of the big concerns that I have was the addition of Senate Bill 61 to this, because this drastically changes his original bill. In it, if I point to line 1275, for example, it makes a big change that goes beyond just school safety, does it not?
What page is that? Give me
It's
a little heads
on
up.
page 50.
Page 50?
Yes, sir. And the change that I'm speaking of, kids who are now can be tried in Superior Court, a 13-year-old kid that commits aggravated assault if committed with a firearm. What was stricken was upon a public safety officer, as such acts are prohibited. And so that is beyond just school safety, right? So this could capture, for example, a kid who has been wrapped up in a gang and their lives could be drastically changed as a result of this amendment.
So where you are, this is great. As you all know how our bills act, if a line's stricken through something, you're deleting from the existing code. If it's underlined, we're adding to it. So you have just identified the code section that allows 13 to 17-year-olds to be prosecuted as adults in Superior Court. Murder, murder in the second degree, voluntary manslaughter, aggravated child molestation, aggravated sexual battery, armed robbery if committed with a firearm, and aggravated assault if committed with the firearm. It used to be just on an officer. Now we're saying if you're shooting at people, you're doing adult behavior, and you need to be prosecuted as an adult. And then it still has aggravated battery upon a public safety official. And all we're doing is adding to, and I'll go in reverse order, attempt to commit murder. Already, if you murder somebody, you can be treated as adult. Now it's, you try to kill them and fail, you still are now doing adult behavior and need to be treated as such. And the other one is a terroristic act upon a school. Not a threat, an act. If you commit a terroristic act at school, zero tolerance. You're making adult choices, and you need to be punished or treated as one.
Right, Mr. Chairman,
But you're right. Right now, the law is if you have aggravated assault with a firearm on a public safety official, you can be treated as adult. Now we're saying, we don't care if it's a police officer you're shooting at. If you're trying to kill anybody, if you're shooting a weapon at them, then you need to be treated as an adult because you are a danger to our society.
Right, so really that would be 3 additions or changes, correct? And that is beyond just in a school safety.
This behavior is anywhere except the terroristic act is at a school.
Yes, sir.
Or on a school.
Mr. Chairman, do you further yield for one more question?
Sure, I will.
You read a few of the things that we've noticed in commonalities between these school shootings across the country: mental illness, lack of parental involvement, or as we all know, then we look back on their social media and see a lot of the warning signs were there. Does this bill do anything to limit assault weapons or deadly weapons, reducing magazine capacity or anything in terms of school safety?
It is already illegal. It's a criminal act to take any firearms on school property. This doesn't touch that. It adds to that. That's another zero tolerance that's already in the law. We do not allow firearms at school, and this doesn't change that, and it doesn't change the punishment for that. But that's good policy, and I hope we keep it. I did notice there's an amendment. I didn't have time to study it, but deals somehow with firearms or whatever. Whether that's a good idea or not, I'm not going to comment on, but I think this is such a comprehensive bill, and it has been so thoroughly vetted through the House, through our Judiciary Committee, that my hope is we can pass this as is, that the House will agree, and we can send the message to Georgia that we hear them loud and clear, that our children's safety is our most important duty, and that we're going to answer, and these lives did not die in vain.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Senator from the 4th, would you like to speak to the bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. I attended at least 4 school safety meetings this past, in November and December. And I would personally like to thank the Speaker, Chairman Irwin, and Representative Persinger, and now our Senate Judiciary Committee for bringing this bill forward. I was very naive when I first started attending these meetings. I thought that we could prevent the violence in schools. But through these meetings, I learned pretty fast that the best thing we can do is minimize it. And I think, in my opinion, that's what this bill does. In Athens, Georgia, back in December, Chairman Irwin and I and some other representatives met with probably 29 school superintendents. And their concern, the biggest problem they thought was the transfer of school records. So when a kid comes to their school, they really don't know what the background of that child is or the history of the child. Well, House Bill 268 addresses that. It requires all relevant student records to be transferred in a timely manner when a student transfers. It also allows for AGMA and Homeland Security to establish a statewide alert system to report and monitor incidents of safety threats against schools. House Bill 268 requires all schools to implement a mobile panic alert system, which we know about. House Bill 268 creates a qualified student advocacy specialist. As I've heard in here so many times, Senator from 46, there is no perfect bill. And this may not be a perfect bill, but this is a great place to start. I would hope that we would pass this bill. I pray that we pass this bill because we don't need, as Governor Kemp has said on so many things, there is no next year to school safety. It needs to be done today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 44th has the speak to her amendment.
Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise to present Amendment 1. This, like other parts of the bill, is an amendment about education, kind of in the same vein as the violence prevention and suicide prevention education. And I'm hoping that it is something that we can all get behind. There's no mischief within it, and I'll explain what I mean. So I pulled this from Texas. Texas also passed a comprehensive school safety bill after the tragic mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. And as part of that legislation, which was HB 3 in 2023, they mandated education about safe storage of firearms to be made available to all parents and guardians of children enrolled in Texas public schools. So through that legislation, they started Keep 'em Safe Texas. I put a flyer on your desk so you can see what kind of sort of educational materials Keep 'em Safe Texas, which is within the Texas School Safety Center, would make available on school websites to parents. So the only difference in Amendment 1 and the law in Texas, well, there's actually one big difference is that Texas actually mandates safe storage. Understand that's not something that the General Assembly is interested in doing at this time. So through Texas's law, they educate, through Keep 'em Safe Texas, they also educated about the safe storage laws around minors to the schools. That is obviously not a part of this because we do not have any safe storage laws around minors laws here in Georgia. And the only other difference is that I wrote it with the appropriate entities with what we have in Georgia law for school safety and existing Georgia law, and of course under HB 268. So you'll see that it references the Georgia Department of Education and the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security agencies. These are the entities charged within our law and in this legislation with overseeing the new requirements of HB 268. So it's simply an education piece, like I said, not unlike the violence and suicide prevention pieces of 268. I view it as a no downside way to try to make our kids in our schools a bit safer. There's no penalties, there's no mandates to any families or restrictions or burdens on any gun ownership. So I view it very much as a friendly amendment. I think it's a win-win for our state, and I think that's why they did it in Texas. Now, I know most of the time I'm up here yapping about my safe storage bill and putting, the misdemeanor provisions in place that I have in that legislation. As I said already, but it bears repeating, this is a no mischief contained educational piece that I think, again, is a win-win. And I am happy to answer any questions about it.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. The gentle lady yield?
Of course.
One of the things you mentioned here and you put on our desk about Texas, can you kind of go into why it's so important that actually the state of Texas and their view as far as the Second Amendment is concerned, that would be a good model for us to actually kind of follow too?
Well, I think that's a great question, Mr. Leader, and I thank you for it. Look, I mean, none of us, I don't believe, would regard Texas as anything other than a very pro-Second Amendment state. So this is simply after Uvalde, Robb Elementary, they are thinking along the exact same lines as the Speaker of the House and Rep. Persinger and everyone else that has worked so hard on HB 268. And as part of that legislation, they said, look, one of the things we can do is just, like we do with many, many, many other things, our public schools are a good way to get out civic education in sort of an efficient manner. And here it's even more appropriate because we're talking about children, right? So what this deals with specifically, HB 268 and Amendment 1, is the safety of kids, right? And of course, by association, everyone else in a school building. But we're really talking about children. So I think that their way of adding, Texas's way of adding education about safety around weapons for children into their comprehensive school safety bill after Uvalde is something that's very much worth the serious consideration of this body, Senator from the 22nd. And, like I said, I kind of like the branding they came up with. There is nothing in this amendment that says what the language would be or what would be disseminated. That's all to be decided by DOE in concert with our public safety agencies, right? So this was just kind of an example because that's what they did in Texas. But yes, there's nothing in there about what it would look like or even what it would say exactly, right? But I kind of like how they have the branding of Keep 'em Safe Texas with their two pistols. It's a very Texas branded, Texas culturally appropriate way to make widespread ownership of guns like they have there and certainly like we have here and throughout our country, just more safe, and that's all we really want, right?
Well, Senator Yield, for one other question.
Certainly.
And that would be, one of the things you mentioned was that this is not a mandate of actually any action as such. Can you kind of go into that a little bit further?
Yes,
please?
no, there's no action mandated, there's no penalties. It's just like anything else that would come home with kids, although this would probably just go on the website of each school, right? as I understand it, as I understand how we typically do this sort of thing, when we have said, look, we want parents and guardians to be educated about something through the public schools. My understanding is that's typically a drop down within each school's website. But yeah, no, there's no mandates, no penalties. No one has to do anything or change their behavior one iota as a result. Just like anything else that's simply education-based, the hope is that people will read it and maybe take some steps that they're not taking right now that will make our schools safer, make kids safer, essentially. But if they choose not to or don't want to, they don't have to.
I recognize Senator from the 46.
Thank you. Will Senator yield?
Of course.
Senator, would you be willing to stand down on this amendment if I would agree to work with you on it as a separate piece of legislation? It's great policy. It makes sense. Every responsible parent or adult needs to keep their farm secure away from children. But I am so concerned that if we change or add to this bill, that it slows down a very important issue that my dream is this goes back across the hall, immediate transmittal, and that they agree and we have moved forward with helping keep our schools safe. And my fear is that despite your good intentions, this slows down that process and potentially creates an impediment. Would you be willing to consider withdrawing that so we can work on this as an independent measure?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. I'm always, of course, happy to partner with you, one of our most veteran members of the state Senate, and I appreciate your view that this is kind of common sense and doesn't get in the way of anyone's rights around the Second Amendment. Obviously, I view it as part and parcel of what's already in the bill regarding violence and suicide prevention, and note that it would still be an agree. And, but in all honesty, I actually wish I had had time to deal with this a little earlier. So I could have come to you and I could have gone to the author and just with some stuff, with everything going on down here and with some stuff I had to do with my children, the time got away from me. So that really would have been my intention. So, let me just say that I'll come and speak with you about it when I get out of the well, and it's certainly something that I would consider partnering with you on.
Thank you so much, Senator. I appreciate your consideration and your concerns for our children.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think you got a couple of people that want to speak on this bill. You don't have a question, do you,
Okay.
Senator from the 41st?
Yeah.
You want to speak on it? Okay, you don't have any more questions, Senator?
Great. Thank you. Appreciate your consideration, and I yield the well.
I'm sorry, the Senator from the 34th, it does have her, she had her other light on, but she does want to ask a question.
My bad, I'm
So,
sorry.
no problem.
Does the senator yield?
Yes, I certainly do.
I just have one question. Do you know of any other state that has similar legislation?
Yeah, as I was explaining earlier, Texas newly did this type of education after the Robb Elementary shooting, which, and I believe that the senator from the 46th mentioned that he thinks, and to my knowledge, I think he's correct, that this is kind of the first school shooting of this type that we have had in Georgia. Frankly, we have been pretty fortunate. We do know that for a number of years, more kids have died in a firearm-related incident or accident than any other cause. So that's part of why I offered it, is because we would like to see that not be the case, right? And so it's really just about keeping people safe. And when I saw that Texas had thought to include it in their legislation, I know that Texas is not a state that's going to make our colleagues here on the other side of the aisle think, oh no, this must be a total gun grabber thing. And that would be my goal, is to say, hey, if a state that's a Second Amendment, pro-Second Amendment as Texas thought this was a good idea, it's worthy of our consideration here in Georgia.
All right, Senator. You have no further questions.
All right, thank you. I yield the
Thank
floor.
you. Recognize Senator from the 41st. Speak to the bill. Secretary, read the amendment that actually the senator from the 41st is presenting.
Mr. President, Senator Jackson, the 41st, offers the following amendment number 2 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary Substitute to House Bill 268 by replacing lines 1360 through 1362 with the following. Said chapter is further amended by revising subsection A in paragraph 2, subsection B, by adding a new subsection to Code 20-2-1181 related to disrupting operation of a public school, school bus, or school bus stop penalty and progressive discipline to read as follows. By deleting the quotation mark at the end of line 1383 and inserting between lines 1383 and 1384 the following. C. Nothing in this code section shall be construed to apply to speech protected by Georgia Constitution or the First Amendment to the United States Constitution by inserting between lines 1412 and 1413 the following. B.1 in determining whether a statement constitutes a terroristic threat under subsection B of this code section, the trier of fact shall consider 1. The full context and circumstances surrounding the statement, 2. The person's capacity to form intent and understand their statement's consequences, considering their age, education, cognitive development, 3. Any language barrier, intellectual disability, developmental disability, cognitive impairment, mental health condition, or neurological difference that may affect comprehension or communication, and 4, whether a reasonable person fully aware of this individual's limitations and circumstances would perceive the statement as a genuine threat and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. In just a few moments, the amendment will arrive on your desk, hopefully, where you'll be able to see this up front. But I want to start by giving some shape to why I'm bringing this amendment. So this amendment essentially provides some measuring tests, some weightiness to determine whether or not a child is actually cognitively capable of understanding the words that they're saying. So why am I bringing this? Because we know in my own county, in DeKalb County, we had a young person who was over the age of 13 who said some words, who made what, looking at the words alone, would constitute a terroristic threat. However, when you pull back the curtain, we learned that child had disabilities, that child really was diagnosed with autism, had clear cognitive diminishments or incapability to truly understand the full weight, right? The whole purpose, I think, around trying to keep our children safe is that we want to keep our children safe from real threats, from people who are actually intending to do them harm, not from a 13-year-old who has no ability to really cognitively understand the meanings of what he or she is saying, who may just be copying something that they've seen, or maybe they draw something on a piece of paper. We want to make sure there's some standards in place so that those children who, in fact, just need somebody to talk to them aren't getting caught up in this large web. And I heard the senator from the 46 talk about how he's removed terroristic threats from being charged as an adult, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the work that is here, but I think that it's really important that we protect all children, and that includes our children who may have some cognitive difficulties or may have an English proficiency issue, so they may be saying words that they don't fully understand, or maybe even the person who heard it doesn't fully understand. And so this is really, it's a test. It just says, before we determine that this is a terroristic threat, we're going to make sure we look at the full context of the circumstance. We're going to look at the whole child, and we want to make sure that they actually had intent. And then we're going to look at their language. Was there intellectual disability, a developmental disability, a cognitive impairment, mental health condition, or a neurological difference that may have affected their ability to comprehend and to communicate? And then there's this kind of a reasonable list. I feel really inspired by the senator from the 37th, because he's always talking about these kind of weightness tests, these tests and reasonableness, right? So this says that there has to be was this a reasonable person who was fully aware of the individual's limitations and circumstances? Would a reasonable person perceive it to be a genuine threat? So I'm just trying to put some safeguards in place for what are in fact some of our more vulnerable children. Our children who are living with limitations cognitively or in terms of their speech, neurologically, and we're going to say, let's slow down for a moment. And let's just make sure that that child who we know, any reasonable adult knows by looking at all of these different pieces that they did not have the intent, we're going to make sure they don't have to go through a criminal justice process as it relates to criminal terroristic threats. Again, this is considered a friendly amendment. I acknowledge a lot of work has gone on to create an over 50-page bill already, but I think it's imperative to this body that we consider and that we carve out just a test. Now, I'm not saying that someone who has mental limitations can't actually be a real threat. That's possible. But we just want to make sure we slow down long enough to ensure that that person, that child, had real intent, that they understood what they were trying to say, and that they were actually intending to cause real harm in a school. So again, I know this body, we are a deliberative body, we care a lot for our children. This bill is fundamentally about caring for our children. And I ask that you would consider voting yes on this amendment so that we make sure that children who have limitations are not unjustly caught up in this system because they don't fundamentally understand the words that they're saying as they come out of their mouth. With that, I will yield for questions.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 37th.
Does the lady yield?
Yes, sir, I will.
Thank you for the spirit of this amendment. We were talking earlier about this, and I like where you're going with this. You know, my wife's a school teacher. She's had circumstances where kids pass notes to each other that communicate a threat or in writing, something that would be she can't ignore, but she knows it's a joke. It's 14-year-old boys, right? My only concern about the amendment is when you on line 19. You have paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's an and between 3 and 4. All 4 of these conditions have to exist. You know, I'm not sure that this should be limited to kids that have intellectual disabilities. It would seem that this really only applies to kids who are in some way neurodivergent, and that it's a little too narrow, that perhaps other tests. I don't know if this should be an or. I just want to know if it's your intention that this should be limited only to kids who have a discrete intellectual disability, developmental disability, cognitive impairment, or mental health condition as a limiting factor to who this applies to.
Yes, sir. And so also a language barrier, because we do want to acknowledge that some children English is not their first language, that there could be a real language barrier to understanding, for even us understanding what they're saying. And so, you know, we're trying to create some parameters here,
correct?
Right? We don't want it to be so wide open that all children, because I mean, I could stand up here and actually make a very cogent argument to say, listen, no child's brain is fully developed, and so, you know, we know from brain science that they should not even be charged as an adult because their brains don't fully develop until 25. We could do that. I could make that argument, but we're not doing this here. We're limiting it to say, no, you need to look at the totality of the child, and they do need to have either an intellectual disability, a developmental disability, a cognitive impairment, mental health condition, neurological difference, or a language barrier. Like, we are limiting it because I think that's right. We don't want to. This body has made it clear to me that we do not want to open it up. This body continues to decide to prosecute children who are 17 and older as adults, right? We've made some clear definitions. The senator from the 46 said they're making adult choices, they're doing adult things, so they're going to have adult consequences. So I think it is right to confine this to children who have clear and known. It's also something that can be tested, right? There's documentation that can help us know whether or not we're fitting this, so it's not just kind of one teacher's understanding, well, I think this child. So, I mean, I hear you, Senator. I have 2 little boys, and I'm sure one day they will be bigger and they will say things that I really wish that they won't say. But at the end of the day, I think my responsibility here is to protect the most vulnerable. And I think that it's our children who have these limitations who are most vulnerable and who need to make sure they have some added protections here in the law. So that's what we're seeking to do.
Thank you.
No further questions, Senator.
Thank you. Again, I ask for your favorable consent, your favorable consideration as we consider this amendment number 2. Thank you.
Senator from the 46th, you'd like to close debate?
This very brief, because we got a lot of other bills to deal with. But I can't imagine one that's more important than this one for us this year. Maybe, in our careers, these amendments are not bad concepts. It's a lot of common sense in them. Senator from the 41st just raised some concerns that were raised in subcommittee. There were a couple of parents that were not proficient in English, their children were not, and that had been sort of, for lack of a better term, falsely accused of making some threats. I think one of them had disabilities as well and didn't, maybe have the cognizance of what was going on. As it turned out, in both of those instances, the disciplinary process worked and they were not punished. One of them maybe was, but got it reversed. I can't remember the whole details. I really appreciate the spirit of these, but the timing is wrong. I've already stated now publicly I support the policy on the first one. The second one I really think is already in the law. I mean, the first line is that nothing in this code section be true to apply to speech protected by the Constitution and First Amendment. Well, that's true with anything we pass. We can't violate constitutional right to free speech, et cetera. So even if we put something in language, the interpretation, the application by the courts would not allow us to do that. The rest of these factors that should be taken into account essentially deal with the intent of the actor. Did they intend to commit the crime? That's an element of the crime anyway. A good defense counsel would raise those. We learn early in law school, first year law school, think back to the paper chase, any of you old enough to remember that. In criminal law, mens rea is the Latin term for having the requisite intent, criminal intent to do something, and all of these address that. I really feel like all of these deal with Senate Bill 61 that talked about the criminalization of terroristic threats, and these would more appropriately have been handled during our committee process, our floor debates on those issues, rather than bring them up this late in the game. That's one of the beauties of this body, is that we have free and open debate. We are known as the deliberative body because we're allowed to amend bills even on the floor, and if they're great ideas, any time's better than no time. But I mean, let's don't take a chance of not passing this bill. Let's don't do anything to put sand in the gears that gives the other side of this building a chance to say no, and then come back and make other changes, and us go tit-tat for the next couple of days, because we are on day 38. And we got 2 more days to hammer all any differences out. So I would ask us to reject these amendments, not based on the policy, but based on the timing and the potential that we could foul up maybe the most important thing we do this session. So I will work with anybody going forward. That is a great thing about this system we're in. Every year we come back and we correct mistakes we made before, we perfect things, or we take them a step further. And hopefully that's what we're doing on school safety, is we're setting the foundation, and we're going to keep on going higher and higher and better year by year. But I would ask that we reject these amendments just so that we can pass this 57-page bill that does so much good. So for those reasons, I ask for you to reject both amendments if they're not withdrawn. And let's all work together collaboratively going forward to see if there are ways we can perfect our legislation or give additional provisions to protect children in all aspects. Thank you so much. I yield the well.
All right, thank you, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of my conversation at the well with the senator from the 46th and his willingness to work on the policy that I'm trying to get at here in Amendment 1, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to withdraw Amendment 1 at this time.
All right. Is there objection? Senator's asked to withdraw her amendment. Without objections, the amendment is withdrawn. Okay, so we are, question is going to be on the adoption of amendment number 2, since number 1 was withdrawn. Is there objection to amendment number 2, authored by the senator from the 41st? Let's object. All right, all those in favor of the amendment will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of amendment number 2, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 29, and this amendment has failed. Question on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45, the nays are 9. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary, read a message from the House, please.
Mr. President, the following message was received from the House through Mr. Riley, the clerk thereof. Mr. President, the House insists on its position in disagreeing to the Senate substitute and has appointed a committee on conference to confer with a like committee on the part of the Senate with the following bill of the House. House Bill 68 by Representative Burnsville, 159th, and others. Bill to be entitled an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026, and for other purposes. The Speaker is appointed on the part of the House Representative Jones of the 47th, Abstration of the 104th, and Hatch of the 155th. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Appropriations Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adhere to its position on House Bill 68 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, even from the caveman corner over there. The conferees will be the pro tem, Senator from the 18th, the Majority Leader, Senator from the 51st, and the Appropriations Chair, Senator from the 19th. So let's go and get the budget done, guys, and then we can just adjourn out of here on Wednesday. What do y'all think? There's not much left on the calendar for us to take up. Secretary Reed, House Bill 288.
House Bill 288 by Representative Gaines, the 120th, and others. Bill to be entitled Act to amend Article 2, Chapter 6, Title 5, Chapter 4 of Title 9, Article 1 of Chapter 18 of Title 15, and Chapter 16 of Title 17 of the OCGA related to appellate practice, declaratory judgments, prosecuting attorneys, and criminal trials, respectively, so as to provide for declaratory judgments in instances involving accusations made by a prosecuting attorney regarding the credibility of a peace officer, to amend Chapter 8 of Title 35 of the OCGA related to employment and training of peace officers, so as to provide for a review by the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council of accusations of peace officer impairments, and as a witness to provide for definitions, to amend Part 1 of Article 4 of Chapter 12, Title 15 of the OCGA related to general provisions relative to grand juries, so as to provide for conforming changes, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 288, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Title 15 of the OCGA related to courts so as to require a person qualifying as a candidate for sheriff be a peace officer not under revocation by the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Judiciary Chairman, Chairman for the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, House Bill 288 does two things. First, in Section 1, it revises the qualifications for serving as a sheriff in our state to make certain that our sheriffs are post-certified. The exception will be, as you'll see in Section 1, individuals that are former military, former law enforcement, or first responders. They can get qualified within 6 months after taking office and become post-certified. The rest of the bill deals with what's called a Giglio list. And this is where an officer has been placed on a list based on issues with their credibility as a witness when it comes to testifying in criminal matters. And we're creating due process for the officer to make sure they can be aware of the fact they've been put on this list and respond to that and try to object to it. And second, we're also making certain that Post gets notified of this so Post can deal with any officers that need to have disciplinary action as a result of that. Happy to answer any questions.
One question, Senator. I recognize Senator from the 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
So help me understand what is current law. If I want to run for sheriff and I'm not post-certified, can I do that?
Current law, you'll see in the bill, you have to be a registered peace officer or as a certified peace officer. So I guess it depends upon the definition of registered peace officer right now versus someone that's certified as a Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council, and also making certain that someone has not had their certification revoked. And so I'm not sure exactly the difference in that definition. It's not in the bill as to what a registered peace officer is, but we're definitely making that certain now as to how this will work.
So what exactly is Section 1 doing in your bill?
So it's creating a standard where you have to be post-certified. You can't have your post-certification revoked to run, with the exception being first responders, former law enforcement, or federal law enforcement that can still run and qualify to be sheriff. They must then get that training within 6 months of being elected.
And that reflects current law within 6 months of being elected?
That is a new change in the law.
Yeah, one more question, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir.
Just clarification on the last question from the Senator 53rd. Did you say the change is now that before you run, you'd have to be post-certified. Is that correct?
It's at the time of qualifying as a candidate for the office. That's correct. With those exceptions being the individuals that can get the certification within 6 months of taking office.
So that's the same, basically.
That's the second
6
part.
months. Okay,
That's
thank
correct.
you. All right.
I ask for your favorable consideration of House Bill 288. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the Porter Committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The Porter Committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary, read House Bill 495.
House Bill 495 by Representative Dickey, the 134th and others, a bill to Queenstown and Act to amend Title 20 of the OCGA related to education so as to repeal Chapter 18 related to the Center for Rural Prosperity and Innovation, to amend Title 2 of the OCGA related to agriculture so as to transfer the Center for Rural Prosperity and Innovation to the Department of Agriculture, to provide for a director, to provide for assumptions of business and responsibilities of the Centers of Innovation Agribusiness and collaboration with other entities, to provide for the Georgia Rural Development Council, to provide for duties of satellite offices, to provide for funds, to provide for reporting and approval of strategic plans, to provide for related matters, to bill conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goodman, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognized Senator from the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. This is House Bill 495. This is just moving the Center for Rural Prosperity and Innovation from the Board of Regents over to the Department of Agriculture. We've already done that move in the budget, so we're just having to do that in statute. This is a great organization that works on a lot of our rural issues. A lot of our rural communities don't have staff and resources, and this center helps them not only from things like that and admin, but also grant work and just helping folks in rural Georgia. And that's all I've got, and I'll be glad to take any questions if there are any.
Well, you have no
Thank
questions, Senator. Man of your integrity, they believe every word that comes out of your mouth. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the purported committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The purported committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 303.
House Bill 303 by Representative Gilliard, the 162nd and others, a bill between Town and Act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 50 of the OCGA would like to state flag, seal, and other symbols as to provide for placement of a monument to honor the original 33, to provide for short title, to provide for related matters, to appeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State Institutions and Property recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbison, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. In 1868, we had 33 African Americans that were elected to the Georgia General Assembly, and they became known as the original 33. And what this bill does is it will honor those 33 men. And as a person that believes there are no coincidences, 33 is an important number in this state. 33 represents the number of points on a compass, also known as areas. And I think that's important to understand today because in 1865, our country took a new direction. And so these men represent that new direction that we took. They represent the direction that we continue to take as a state, always moving forward. And this simply is going to honor those men, and we will honor them by placing a monument on Capitol grounds or in a prominent place around this Capitol. We're building a new building that could possibly be a good spot, and just simply honoring their sacrifice that they made back then when they went up against all odds. And that is simply what this bill does. I'll yield for questions. I will add that this is just like any monument that goes up here. It is based on subject to availability of private funds, so it is a privately funded venture. I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I urge your favorable consideration for HB 303.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears it. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill having received requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 74.
House Bill 74 by Representative Powell, the 33rd, and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 27, Title 50, the OCGA, the Georgia Lottery for Education Act, so as to correct a reference, derived for the application of the provisions of the Georgia Administrative Procedure Act to certain provisions of the code related to bona fide cone-operated amusement machines, derived for exemptions from the Georgia Administrative Procedure Act regarding the Georgia Lottery Corporation for certain matters not related to bona fide coin-operated amusement machines, to provide for related matters, provide for effective dates, repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 45th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring HB 74 before you today. This bill, it simply places the COAM division of the Georgia Lottery Corporation under the Administrative Procedures Act. House Bill 74, it fixes an error from last year's COAM bill, and it just places all licensure rules, regulations, policies, procedures, and hearings under the Administrative Procedures Act. With that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions, or I'll yield the well. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
You got one question. Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
I do.
Senator, are there other entities that are not found underneath the Administrative Procedures Act?
No, there are.
Would it be, do you think we need to take an overall look at maybe, well, first, I guess, why would any agency not be bound by the Administrative Procedures Act?
Yeah, don't have an answer for you there.
Would you be willing to work with me in the future to potentially remedy the fact that some agencies
absolutely.
do not have to provide notice when they provide rules?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
No more questions, Senator.
I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measures? Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. We've got another message from the House here. Need to read. Secretary?
Mr. President, the following message was received from the House through Mr. Riley, the clerk thereof. Mr. President, the House has passed by the requisite constitutional majority the following bills of the House and Senate. House Bill 111 by Representative LaHood, 175th, and others. Bills being titled and act to provide a homestead exemption from Lowndes County School District out of Florham taxes for educational purposes in the amount of $40,000.
State and local government.
House Bill 813 by Representative LaHood, 175th.
State and local government.
House Bill 814 by Representative LaHood, 175th, and
State and
others.
local government.
House Bill 815 by Representative LaHood, 175th.
State and local government.
House Bill 816 by Representative Rhodes, 124th.
State and local government.
House Bill 819 by Representative Washburn,
State and local
144th.
government.
House Bill 820 by Representative Washburn, 144th.
State and local government.
House Bill 823 by Representative Wade, the 9th, and others.
State and local government.
House Bill 824 by Representative Wade, the 9th, and others. Bills
State and local government.
House Bill 832 by Representative Galt, the 19th.
State and local government.
House Bill 834 by Representative Kelly, the
State and
16th.
local
House Bill
government.
835 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th, and others. Bill to be entitled and act to provide
State and local government.
House Bill 836 by Representative Smith.
State and local government.
House Bill 837 by Representative Miles, the
State and local government.
House Bill 838 by Representative Smith, the 70th, and others.
State and local government.
House Bill 839 by Representative Gaines, the 120th, and others.
State and local government.
House Bill 840 by Representative Jaspers, the 11th.
State and local government.
House Bill 841 by Representative Jaspers, the 11th.
State and local government.
House Bill 842 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th, and others. Bill to be
State and local government.
House Bill 843 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th, and others. Bill to be entitled.
State and local government.
House Bill 844 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th, and others. Bill to be entitled and act to amend and act providing home.
State and local government.
House Bill 845 by Representative Ridley, the 22nd, and others. Bill to be
State and
entitled.
local government.
House Bill 846 by Representative Thomas, the 21st.
State and local government.
House Bill 847 by Representative Cummings, the 39th,
State
and
and
others.
local government.
House Bill 848 by Representative Kelly, the 16th.
State and local government.
House Bill 849 by Representative Green, the 154th, and others. Bill to be-
State and local government.
House Bill 850 by Representative Newton, the 127th, and others. Bill-
State and local government.
House Bill 853 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th, and others. Bill to be entitled.
State and local government.
House Bill 854 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th, and others. Bill to be
State and local government.
House Bill 855 by Representative Taylor, the 173rd. A bill to be
State and local government.
House Bill 856 by Representative LaHood, the 174th.
State and local government.
House Bill 857 by Representative Cummings, the 39th, and others. Bill to-
State and local government.
House Bill 858 by Representative Cummings, the 39th, and others.
State and local government.
House Bill 859 by Representative Gamble, the 15th,
State
and
and
others.
local government.
House Bill 860 by Representative Barton, the 5th, and
State
others.
and local government.
House Bill 861 by Representative Barton, the 5th, and others.
State and local government.
House Bill 869 by Representative Gamble, the 15th.
State and local government.
House Bill 870 by Representative Neal, the 79th, and
State and
others.
local government.
Senate Bill 256 by Senator Cowser, of the 46th. A bill to be entitled and act to
State and
amend.
local government.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 14th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
I'd never really thought about this. Is it my understanding, is it correct that you have the ability to just send a message to the House and they can send messages back to you using the Secretary's office as an official channel? Is that not true?
Some would say that is.
And Mr. President, is it not true that up till now we've wasted that awesome power on a bunch of boring reading of bills and chamber activity when we could be passing fun notes to the House, Mr. President?
You know, you're exactly right, Senator. And maybe in these last 2 days remaining, maybe we can come up with some things.
I'll help you come up with a note to send the House, Mr. President.
All right, that sounds great. I look forward to that. You'll be our new communications czar. There we go, the messenger. The czar right there, the Senate messenger czar. Senator from the 31st, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, piggybacking off the senator from the 14th, that every single one, maybe almost every one of those bills coming from the House is a statement that Georgians want lower property taxes?
Ah, all right. Senator, you're reading deeper into it than what I expected. Recognize Senator from the 6th.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, if the senator from the 14th is going to be our new communications czar, would it not be good for the senator from the 53rd to actually deliver the messages for us?
Ooh, that's a great question. That's a great question. We'll send them together. Just in case one message doesn't get there. Senator from the 53rd, do you have a rebuttal to that?
Point of order, Mr. President.
State.
I'm scared for my safety, and when you're scared, you're supposed to say you're scared. Going over the House, I just want to send a message statement of fact. Fire burns.
All right. Moving on. House Bill 94. Secretary read House Bill 94.
House Bill 94 by Representative Lumpton, the 12th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 24, Title 33, the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to insurance generally so as to require coverage for certain expenses for standard fertility preservation services when a medically necessary treatment of cancer, sickle cell disease, or lupus may directly or indirectly cause an impairment of fertility, to provide for definitions, to provide for exclusions, to allow for certain cost-sharing requirements, to provide for rules and regulations, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor offers the following substitute to House Bill 94, bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 24, Title 33, the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to insurance generally so as to require certain health benefit policies to include coverage for certain expenses for standard fertility preservation services and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Huffsettler of the 52nd offers the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate Committee substitute to House Bill 94 by replacing lines 17 through 20 with the following. Policies or contracts executed by the state, such terms shall not include self-funded employer. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is brought by the insurance chair of the House, and the word for today is iatrogenic. And iatrogenic illness is one that's caused by medical treatment. In this case, we're looking at lupus, sickle cell, cancer, where the chemo, radiation, things like that could potentially make somebody sterile. So what this bill would do would say that this doesn't make insurance cover in vitro fertilization, but it does say that the harvesting of such as the eggs would be covered and storage of up to a year would be covered. So this would let you store the gametes for up to a year under insurance. And the reason for the amendment was that I heard that I'll bet secondhand that the administration wanted this amendment on there because it would make it revenue neutral, in which case they would look more favorably on it, which I guess that means they wouldn't veto it. I'm not sure. Anyway, I would urge your favorable passage of this bill as amended by Amendment 1. If there's no questions, I'll yield to Will.
You do have one question. Senator from the 47th.
Would the senator yield?
Certainly, for my back row seatmate there.
You know, I'm checking my spelling, and I hope you won't look at it when you tell me, but that word that you mentioned of the day, can you spell it without looking at it?
iatrogenic, I believe is the spelling.
You win the prize.
No further questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of. Oh, wait a minute. We got Amendment 1 here. Does anybody Amendment 1 authored by the senator from the 52nd? Is there objection to Amendment 1? Without objection, Amendment 1 is adopted. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea, all opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary, read House Bill 123.
House Bill 123 by Representative Worktower of the 157th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to criminal procedures so as to provide for pretrial proceedings and capital offense cases where the death penalty is sought. When the accused has intellectual disability, to provide for definition, to provide for notice of intent to claim intellectual disability, to provide for pretrial determination of intellectual disability, to provide for verdicts, to provide for capital case procedures, to provide for reports investigating reversible errors, to provide for standard review, to provide for related matters, for bill collecting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute: House Bill 123, bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 17 of the OCGA related to criminal procedure so as to provide for pretrial proceedings and capital offense cases where death penalty is sought when the accused has an intellectual disability and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. House Bill 123 is ensuring that when we seek justice for capital crimes in our state, we're not sentencing to death those with intellectual disabilities. We're creating now a pretrial process before a case gets to a jury where the issue of someone's intellectual disability can be decided by the judge. The burden will be on that defendant to prove by preponderance of evidence that they have an intellectual disability. And if the court finds that they do, then the death penalty is off the table. This is a bill that has been worked on for, I think, 3 years by Chairman Werkheiser, who's in the chamber with us today. And it's something that he's put a lot of time into. I also want to commend the Southern Center for Human Rights, Mike Admirand, if I can say his name correctly, senior attorney with them, and also our prosecutors that all work together to make sure that we got this bill in the right place. Happy to answer any questions.
You do have one question. Recognize the senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Chairman Yule.
Yes.
Thank you. Briefly, and I thought you did a great job presenting the bill. Could you give us a brief explanation of the difference between reasonable and preponderance?
So the current standard is beyond reasonable doubt, which is our highest standard. In every criminal case, the state has the burden of proving beyond reasonable doubt someone committed a crime. A jury would actually decide under current law, which is the way intellectual disability is considered in the current law, at the phase of the trial itself. And considering the actual guilt or innocence of the person being charged with a crime, they could decide whether or not that person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but also has intellectual disability beyond reasonable doubt. With this bill, we're moving it to preponderance of evidence standard, meaning that more likely than not, the defendant must have the burden that they have an intellectual disability with a pretrial hearing.
Thank you. Senator, further yield?
Yes.
So in hearing your explanation, does the burden shift in this legislation from where the burden would be today?
Yes, the current burden is on the state to prove, just like any other criminal case, to prove the offense itself. And the jury must then decide whether or not there's an intellectual disability in that process. So I guess the way you're asking it, state's not proving an intellectual disability, but jury's deciding that beyond reasonable doubt. We shift this now on the front end for the defendant to prove by preponderance of evidence. They'll probably bring an expert in, someone that would testify in front of a judge in a pretrial hearing that they have an intellectual disability, while still preserving the trial option. And so at trial, by preponderance, built in to be consistent, a second phase of a trial could happen where someone could still prove, yes, I'm guilty, but I had an intellectual disability when I committed that crime. The outcome would be that person cannot be sentenced to death. But in the Judiciary Committee, we also left the option of life without parole for the sentencing court. So someone that is a true threat to society that we're not going to have subject to the death penalty, we also know that some people have to stay locked up, and that option will still be there for the state, of course, to seek.
And if the senator further yields, the life without parole, was that added in on the Senate side?
Is that what was the question?
The life without parole option, was that put in in Senate Judiciary?
It was. The current law you have in these situations, in looking at again after the trial itself, the current process is you just have a life sentence and not the death penalty. Since we're creating this new pretrial process with a lower standard, we still are not going to have the death penalty, obviously, but we left the option for life without parole, knowing that, again, some people, while they may have a disability, still are such a threat to society that it should not be let out.
Thank you, Senator.
You have no further questions, sir.
Ask for favorable consideration of House Bill 123. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none. Committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 144.
House Bill 144 by Representative Newton, the 127th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to income taxes so as to revise the tax credit for certain medical preceptive rotations to add dentistry to increase the value of the tax credit. Revise definitions, provide for an aggregate annual cap, to extend the sunset provision for the tax credit, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hostetler, Chairman. Mr. President, a fiscal note has been attached, and that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a renewal of the soon-to-sunset preceptor program that we have in the state. It would extend it another 5 years through 2030. It would begin January 1st next year. The other addition is that besides physicians, advanced practice nurses, and physician assistants, that dentists would now participate in this program. I believe there were about 18,000 of these training programs. To get one of these credits, you train a student for 160 hours, and you're not paid for the training of the student. It's just sort of a volunteer thing. With that, I urge your favorable consideration. I'll answer any questions.
No questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48 and the nays are 5. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 153. 153, sorry.
House Bill 153 by Representative Camp of the 135th and others, a bill to town and act to amend Code Section 48-8-3.2, the official code of Georgia annotated related to sales and use tax exemptions for manufacturing equipment, industrial machines, packing supplies, and energy, so as to extend the sunset date for an exemption for the maintenance and replacement parts for certain machinery or equipment used to mix or transport concrete, to provide for related matters, for conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler, Chairman. Mr. President, a fiscal has been attached, and that completes the order.
The chair recognizes the senator from the 25th. My senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very simple bill. This is deals with the concrete mixing trucks. And we have passed this bill a few years ago. All we're doing is extending the expiration date from 2026 to 2031. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I'll yield the well.
Is there any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 44, the nays are 7. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 155.
House Bill 155 by Representative Anderson of the 10th and others, a bill to town and act to amend Article 7, Chapter 36 of Title 36 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to procedure for resolving annexation disputes, so as to revise procedures for the selection and objection to arbitrators, to revise how arbitration panels report their findings and recommendations, to revise provisions related to compensation of arbitrators, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Government Operations General recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations General offers the following substitute to House Bill 155, a bill to town and act to amend Article 7, Chapter 36 of Title 36 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to procedure for resolving annexation disputes, so as to revise procedures for the selection and objection to arbitrators and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Hatch of the 50th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend the substitute to House Bill 155 by inserting after definitions on line 12 the following: to amend Code Section 36-36-20, the OCGA related to contiguous area defined, so as to revise provisions for certain properties owned by municipalities by inserting after line 417 the following: Part 2A, Section 2A-1, Code Section 36-36-20 of the OCGA related to contiguous area defined is amended by revising subsection C as follows. C, if at the time annexation procedures are initiated, the entire area to be annexed is owned by the municipal governing authority and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. You guys have probably had, at least some of you probably had some issues with annexations in and around the areas that you live in. HB 155 seeks to get some clarity on some of that. Over the past couple years, the Georgia Department of Community Affairs has experienced repeated challenges in fulfilling their statutory obligation in fielding annexation arbitration panels. They cited that they've been unable to find enough panelists to serve on these panels for a lot of reasons, including the increase of the number of these cases, also a lack of qualified people and volunteers to serve on the panels, a very limited 15-day timeline to establish the panel. They say that's not enough, and then also the pay that those panelists receive. So what happens is when DCA fails to establish a panel, the department opts to dismiss the annexation altogether in favor of the city. So a couple points here. It improves the timelines for these arbitration panel selections. It extends that time frame for DCA to propose the annexation arbitration panelists from 15 calendar days to 15 business days. It also gives DCA the time it needs to properly review the objections and propose qualified panelists. It's a fair process for the panel selection. Once the panelists are proposed, both the city and the county have 5 calendar days to strike certain panelists. It maintains forward momentum in those cases. If either party chooses not to exercise their right to strike, the process continues and DCA retains the authority to appoint the panel and keep disputes moving forward. The second part of the bill deals with special administrative permits that are intended to simply be administrative approvals so they can be done reasonably and quickly for property owners or petitioning a business or applicant. The legislation simply reverts the special administrative permit process back to its intended administrative review process and also allows for direct appeals of zoning decisions to expedite the legal process when a zoning decision is challenged. Mr. President, I yield for question.
Question. Senator from the 42nd.
As Senator yield?
Of course. To my friend from the 42nd.
And I really appreciate your attitude. I just wondered if you could weigh in on the potential amendment I see. I believe it was on this bill. Address that. I was trying to help you out.
My neighbor to the north is bringing a friendly amendment. I'm going to let him speak on that. And our good neighbor, Representative Anderson, in between us, this is his legislation, and he's kind of stuck dead center of myself and the senator from the 50th. So I'll let Senator from the 50th speak on the amendment.
Okay, I just want to make sure you lifted the collar and understood what was in the amendment. Thank you.
I do. Thank you, sir.
Recognize, Senator, you have a couple more questions. You're free to yield at any time, though.
I'll yield the well.
You yield the well. Probably wise, actually. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Recognize the senator from the 50th to speak to his amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask your support on Amendment 1. What Amendment 1 deals with is something called spoke annexation, and it's a provision in state law where essentially a city, they can follow a road, a creek, a river, or anything like that that creates a spoke and can annex land along that highway or river. We're starting to see this more, and being from Northeast Georgia, no offense to those that live in Atlanta, but I really don't want Atlanta to annex anything in my county. We're also the head of the Chattahoochee River, technically they could follow the river and annex. And I don't think, I'm not doing away with spoke annexation completely, but what we are doing with this is not only does it have to be approved by the governing authority of the county, which is the county commission, but if you are going to do spoke annexation, it also has to be a referendum on the ballot that the residents of the county have to vote for and approve before the annexation can occur. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
You do have one question, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the Senator yield?
I do.
Is it not true that although you may not want Atlanta to annex parts of your county, Atlanta has been considering, quite candidly, the most beautiful parts of your county for annexation, maybe potentially to annex them into the beautiful city of Atlanta because, you know, we have a right to do that. Is that not true, Mr. Senator?
I think everybody's trying to get a piece of our county. It is God's country.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Senator, I would like you to let this body know what your official position is on the annexation of A, Greenland, and B, Canada by the United States of America.
I can assure you this, to my knowledge, there are no highways or rivers that connect Georgia with either of those. So this would only affect things in the state of Georgia.
Sounds like you're against those. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. President, I will yield the well. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on amendment number 1. Senator, I'm sorry, would you like to close debate? All right. I'm glad. You did such a wonderful job before. I don't think it needed the closing. On amendment number 1, is there objection to amendment number 1? Objection. We do have objection from the senator from the 6th. All right. Would you like to speak to your objection, Senator? Just want to vote it up or down, huh? All right. All those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. He didn't know why he was objecting. He just wanted to object. Huh? On the adoption of amendment number 1, the yeas are 47, the nays are 4, and this amendment prevails, is adopted. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. By substitute, all those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 36th. I thought you wanted to annex something too from Atlanta. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, the Senate is tired. We've been working hard all day, so I move that we table the remaining bills on the Senate rules calendar.
What was that, Senator from the 9th? Well, I'm telling you what, we're on to something here. The senator from the 9th just seconded your motion right there. So, all right, without objection, we will. Oh, y'all want to object? Oh, okay. Well, they object to it. We're gonna keep working. We're just gonna do it in a different order, but. Senator, would you like to speak to your motion? Okay. All right, so would y'all like to speak to your objection? No. Did I hear you're withdrawing? How about we do it on a hand gesture? You withdraw? Okay. All right. So we will table the rest of the bills. We're going to take about a 15-minute break to allow the secretary's desk to get everything in order, and then we'll reconvene here. The pro tem said he had blueberry pie in the. Does he? He doesn't have it? Oh. I'm just playing. He never had it anyways. You can blame it on Russ Goodman for not having it. All right, you're going to take about standard ease for about 15 minutes.